Well, good morning. It's a bottle of paint instead. So this is Greg. I'm doing the painting today. Nikki and I are alternating. And so let's see what we're planning to do today. First, I'm going to finish the jester. Remember this guy? It's a well-coordinated, not at all colorful outfit. I'm going to finish it by painting the base today because that hasn't been done. Hopefully that won't go too badly. There's some color borders that need to be, especially like around the feet and under here and things that need to be careful about. So I'm hoping I don't have to do too much touch up after I paint the base. And then the jester will be completed. And then, too much, look at all the sticky tack on it. Good grief. Okay, I'm going to clean that off. That's just really a mess. And then I have a choice of either an animated armor suit. As you can see, it's empty. I mean, it's just armor. Set of armor. Or raptor-like creature. And I think what I'm going to do is the raptor. I did one of these, the old Jurassic Park models. I don't know if anybody remembers having one of those, but they put those together, and I did a raptor, which was much larger than this. Little bits of mold string on this. So this will be a little bit more of a challenge, especially since there's no place to hold it. Then you have to like stick one of its feet in the orange goo here. Yeah, raptor and jester. There we are.
Ooh, wow. Everyone's...
Can the bottle of paint do a flip? No, it can't. Sorry, no. What can do a flip? Well, I have this door, this unpainted door. I think I flipped this before. This is pretty safe. Go. And someone said, this is a new print. Just came hot off the presses. It's kind of a raised dais. I think that would go with the throne room. Mm-hmm. Yep. And as you can see, this is the new kind of print that is done all in one piece, so that the base here that would otherwise be glued on is now a whole part of it. And when you take this bit off, you take this part off, the great reveal, all the little holes here, that's where the magnets go. Here in the corners, the 8 of them. And then there is a base piece, a very thin one, not too much thicker than this, really, that snaps on so that there is no more epoxy gluing. That gets rid of about like 2/3 of what I do for this show is epoxy gluing. But, you know, retirement, unemployment, whatever, that's what happens. So yeah, I'm going to try to clean off the base of this jester. Get to watch me scrape off orange goo, and then I'm going to try to tackle the raptor, the little raptor guy. And I think raptors look really good if they're kind of like tigerish. So I'm going to paint the bottom ivory, and then I'm going to probably do a little brown wash of that, and then use the dark sand, which is a really good organic color, to paint the top, and they'll kind of blend into each other. And then I'm going to paint brown, probably using the red-brown stripes all around it. You know, all around the legs, a little bit here. Do some stuff with the mouth. The mouth is pretty well detailed. I need to do that first. Paint the roof of the mouth and the tongue. And then it's got these teeth. Those will have to be painted white. That should be interesting. There's little mold marks in the middle of his tongue. It is not a good spot for it. Paint his teeth. Its teeth. Yeah. Need some detail. There's a little bit of an eyeball here, so we'll have to get that in too. And this here is a muscle, a jaw muscle. So that is the color of. I don't really have a good color for that. No, it should be kind of a light red. Maybe I'll just take a chance and. We have pink, but it's really pink, and it's glossy, so that won't work. But I might just mix a little bit of red and white together, or red and ivory, to get a color that I like for that part. And then hope that if I have to touch it up, I can remix it. So, yeah, anyway, we'll give that a try. We'll do the ivory underneath, up to the jawline. Do the darker color on top. It's got these feather-like things on top here, and a little bit of a thing on the tail. And I am not really sure how to paint those. You know, on one hand, the whole thing's going to be kind of tigerish with stripes, kind of brownish, walking through the grass, hiding in the tall reeds kinds of things. But on the other hand, you want that to be emphasized, so I might do that in red, even the bright red, just even if it would detract from the camouflage, so that people can see the little bright feathers. So we'll see how this goes. I guess that was intentional. It looked like a mold mark, but it's actually part of the demarcation line between the bottom and the top of the dinosaur. And you kind of see it on the other side. Lots of nooks and crannies in here. It'll be interesting to see how I get the shading in, get the shading done. Something that Nikki does really well and I don't. So we'll see how that goes. But first, the Tranya. Anyway, yeah. It's time to refresh the sticky tack. Didn't expect it to stick like this. So you get to watch like 5 minutes of me fall. No, I don't. Paulosaurus. Why Paul? It's the whole show. Yeah, I just give up. Paul. The mess that was in there. Well, now I'm just going to paint this dark, kind of a neutral gray color, and then give it a black wash to give it a little bit of interest. I just want it to be neutral. using neutral gray. Sort of a dark color, so it gives it a little weight, but doesn't distract from the colorfulness of the little thing here. So let's see if I can do this and keep it on camera while I do it at the same time. I'm not going to stick it back on the sticky tack, even if it means holding it awkwardly like this. Well, yeah, sure, I am. Hopefully it won't require too much of a mess. So as I'm looking at this, there's a couple of little spots where you can see them here, where the purple just didn't cover very well. So I might go back, pull the purple back out, just a couple of little dots. In fact, I'll just do that now while I'm thinking of it. Right, and touch those spots up. Painting base. So I'm hoping maybe I can just get enough paint out of the, off the top there. You know, that's not purple. I don't know what I'm thinking. That's a dark blue color. Yeah. I almost created a disaster before I even got started. Blue. You can tell the difference. That's purple. That's blue. See? Bring the other spots that were not well covered. Before I move on. Okay. Well, that was tiny, but sometimes you just end up seeing those things. So what I'm going to do is take the teeny brush that I've been using here and use this to paint around the foot and in the back here, around the bottom of the cape and the edges of the cape. And after that's done, I'll get a slightly larger brush and finish off. This would take forever. I mean, it's really good for the fine work, but it would take forever to paint that part of it. So we'll put it back on the orange goo here. Get it off these edges because paint is going to go on there. Okay, so enough dawdling. I have to actually start doing something. Start around the foot here. The most important part is the part you can see, which is up front. There's also just way in the back here, way underneath. I just want to make sure that that's the same sort of color. Can't really see it very well, which is fine, but we don't want a bright spot just kind of lurking in the back there. And there's this difficult spot under the cloak. Basically, I'm just going to push the paint up like into that seam, let it run down into it. Almost too small to even get a brush in there. But that's pretty much what I wanted to do. And I'll just go around the edge here. I could tell where the demarcation line is supposed to be, so that's one of those things you just kind of make it up. There's a blip of blue like that. It looks like just a little bit here. Finish that off. Yeah, that's not too bad. And I'll come back around to the foot. We'll get it up to, but not on the toes. Like that. In between the foot and the cloak, there's this little gap here. Yeah, now you can see the foot really quite well now that it's nicely delineated. Little green toes there. Yeah, it's okay underneath. Yeah, the line for the cloak is pretty well defined, so I can use a slightly larger brush to finish that off now. Don't have a slightly larger brush, yes. Here's a slightly larger brush. Down more paint, more quickly than the other one. Oh, yeah. Sometimes you start to pine for, let's do a dungeon set again, where you can just take out, you know, a nice big fat brush, fill it up with paint, put gray all over a wall or a floor tile, and do that one after the other. And it feels like it takes forever, but just is so much more quickly than some of these guys. Anyway, we will paint around the base here. And like I said, I think I'll put a little bit of black wash on it. We'll see how this looks. I mean, the neutral gray might just be exactly what we want for the base of this guy, because he's just standing on a piece of stone or something. I don't want to distract. So I'm just going to let it dry and then come back to it later and decide if I want to mess with the base at all or just leave it this color. One thing nice about this jester figure is there isn't too much shading on it. Nikki is really good at the shading. I mean, look what she did with the crab on. We did this on Monday. I mean, just the way the colors blend into each other. The tiny little detail on the barnacles. Yeah, I mean, there's just multiple layers of color that just really define and emphasize all the contours, even the bottom, which you don't see when it's being used. That's just kind of an amazing kind of use of like 5 different colors, just all blending into each other to make it look so realistic and lifelike. And I just basically paint lines of color. We'll see how I do on the raptor. I think that's going to require some shading to make it look kind of realistic. Okay, well, the base is gray now. And we'll let that dry. Let's see the other holder anywhere. So I'm going to have to take this guy off and set him aside. And then somehow figure out how to set the raptor up without it without covering too much of it in orange goo. Okay. Well, didn't get guck on it. Okay, so the little buggy-eyed goblin is happily dancing on his gray platform. Here, it's really, I mean, this is the only way really to set this guy up. Have to be. Yeah, there's all sorts of little mold strings, little support strings. I think I want to clean those up first, like between the claws here. Go over the whole model and just take care of that. Because otherwise, you know, you might not be able to see them very much now. But later on, you know, I want to cut off a claw. Really fine, tiny little claws. But where there's a string like in between here, and that shouldn't be there. Is it possible to take that out? Yes. Is it possible to show it on camera? No, probably not. In between his little flying fingers, look at his mouth. I want the roof of the mouth to be a different color than the tongue. We just don't have very many reds to work with here. So I think I'll use the scarlet red, which is a darker color, like the roof of the mouth. And then the regular red on its tongue, And I'm going to put a little black wash on the whole thing to kind of tone it down, but I want there to be some contrast between one color and the other. And like I said, this little bit here, this little muscle bit here, I'm going to try to make slightly pinkish, pinked down scarlet red probably. And he's got these really fine rows of teeth that I will paint. Probably, I don't know, I will paint them white. I often use ivory because there's a little bit more tone to it, but I'm going to be using ivory underneath here. Even if I wash it, I want it to be different than the teeth. And his tongue is actually separated. Anyway, this guy's going to be a real challenge. And if it gets messed up after about 3 hours, what we will do is let Nikki fix it. And I'll paint walls or something. Make color choices, things like the claws. Wish we had more, just more subtle tones. I want the body to be dark sand. That's a really good color. This color here, and the brown stripes will show up well with that. But the underside needs to be lighter. And all we've really got working is either buff, which it's the same dark, it's actually darker than the dark sand. And it doesn't work very well. Ivory. Which doesn't leave us very many options for the claws. I could do the claws. I could do the claws in like a gray. Why not? I mean, why do they have to be light colored? They could be dark colored. Okay, well, there's something to think about. Okay, well, I'm going to start with the inside of the mouth. I'm going to start with the roof of the mouth. And try to get the colors in there. I'm going to paint the teeth later. Painting down, start underneath and then paint the surfaces and paint the tongue. And then the teeth. Painting the teeth shouldn't get much paint on the tongue or the roof of the mouth, but at least I'll be able to see where they are. And then I'll start painting the underbody. Just up to that demarcation line pretty much. Little bits on the insides of the legs, not too much. Bottom of the tail. And then when I start painting the darker color over it, I'm going to try to feather it in. These guys probably had a fairly good demarcation line, kind of like the alligator. See that. Basically what I'm doing is I'm procrastinating by talking about what I'm going to do instead of doing it. But like the alligator, where there's a fairly good demarcation line between the under color and the top color. So we'll see how that looks. If it looks terrible, the paint is fairly thin, it doesn't wipe out the detail, we'll just keep at it. And then I think I will paint the feathers, the scarlet red, and maybe do a black wash on it so it isn't real bright. The black wash on the scarlet red looks pretty decent. In fact, looking at it, I'm going to have to paint those before I paint the body color. Oh my, yeah. That's just going to be a challenge. Now, they're going to have to be done later because as I look at it, it's not a solid ridge. There's these spaces in between that need to be the body color. And then the feathers on top just need to be painted delicately over time. So, okay, enough dawdling. I will hold it in my hand initially. And yeah, I said I'd be using the scarlet red for the top of the roof of the mouth and the regular red for the tongue, and then do a light black wash on all of it. In fact, I think I'll wash it just to see how it looks before I even do the teeth, because otherwise the wash will get all over the teeth. Some up into it because I don't even need a whole drop to do this. Here, I get it up to where the teeth are. You know, getting it on the teeth probably doesn't matter too much because they're going to get painted. But even if you don't see that part of the raptor ever, you'll carefully paint it anyway. Yeah, I'm glad I did that first because anyway, that made a mess all over. And I need to paint the tongue. That won't be. The back of it where it meets. I really should paint this under the tongue as well. There's this gap underneath, and so I'm gonna, I don't know. You can see it there. You get it in the back. Yeah, but there it's just really something. Just trying to get that red paint into places where it can be seen. Get it up to where the teeth are. Yeah, does that look like a mess? Good, because it is. Okay. Well, that was great fun. I'm going to use just the red, which is brighter red, for the tongue, so that the tongue is differentiated from the roof of the mouth. And then, as I said, I'm going to let that dry a little bit and then touch it up with black wash, just so it doesn't look like just bright red, because that would be silly. See how this goes. No way to reach it. Whoever did this model is diabolical. not too worried about the teeth, because those will get painted. I do want to get the tongue. You can't, I mean, when you get inside, deep inside the mouth, you can't really see the demarcation line that well, but there is a demarcation line between the tongue and the back of the roof of the mouth. I'm not sure I'm going to put a black wash on that. Maybe we just want it to look like that. And there's a decent contrast with the darker red. Okay, well, it might be one of those that'll do pig kind of things. So the next thing, that kind of dry, is before I do the teeth, I want that paint to be dry, because otherwise I'll end up with pink teeth, you know, the white blending into the red before it dries. So I might take the time now to do the underbelly. And I was going to do that in ivory, which will be a way too light, but I do want it to contrast with the dark sand. The other thing I can do is paint the whole thing dark sand and just shade down using brown wash into it and leaving the underbelly a different color. But I'm going to try this and we'll see if it works. And part of doing the bottom first is I can go up above, you know, where I think the demarcation line would be, so that it's painted at least, and then I can paint down into it with the darker color and just kind of play with the boundary back and forth a little bit. Bubble, not paint. We're getting like today, we're supposed to get a delivery of these little pallet trays with little wells in it that everybody uses, but we haven't been because we never bought any. Yeah, so we bought some and we're supposed to use those instead of these cups, and that'll make it a lot easier to get the paint onto the brush. These little cups are cute, and we've got like 90 of them, but under the chin here, and on this side at least there's a pretty clear boundary line. Use that as a guide. I'm going to paint over it. Paint under this draw line. And think like under the chin, the color, the darker color will come right down to it. Again, I want to paint over it so that I have a little bit, you know, more flexibility later when I paint down to it in terms of where the boundary actually is. So if I paint over where the boundary line is, I won't have to come back with this lighter color again. your side of the limbs, really, I mean, just look at a few spots right near the top would be the lighter color. The rest would be the darker over color. It would be, the lighter color would go up. Just the insides of the legs here. And the thigh part, the bottom part, would be the lighter color probably. This is a pretty decent color, so I'm hoping that it goes well with the dark sand and that they blend together. That if either I or later Nikki washes it, it would look pretty decent. Again, it's just like in the inside of the then on the tail, yeah, the same sort of thing here. You paint it up a little higher on the tail than it will probably end up being. I can play with the boundary. Isn't going to be quite a, I don't want it to end up being a straight line. I'll do this as kind of a straight line, but the darker color. And maybe go back and forth a little bit until it looks like the boundary is sort of natural. This isn't covering terrifically well. Try a little bit. Touching up. We're pretty much done with this. Base coating it. And we'll set that guy down. Push this brush off. And get the other color out. Doing the top of the model. Let's see. You're going to try to do the teeth now. That should be interesting. Because when I do the other color, it's going to be coming right up to where the teeth are. Really hard to see them. They're kind of quite small, so paint around them and anyway, we'll see how it looks. What we want to do is, it doesn't matter too much at this point if I get paint all over the outside, I really don't want to get paint onto the tongue if I can avoid it. I think I am doing. This white paint is really sucky. I end up painting this like 3 or 4 times over. It's not coming off. It's just coming out on the brush. As bad as I feared, you can actually see that there's sort of some teeth there. It's hard to say what's going on the top here. There's like a fang here, but there isn't one on the other side. I'm not quite sure what that's about. Well, that's not too bad. Not as bad as I fear. Really good oral, hygiene though, keeping those teeth as white as it is. Let's see what we can do about those later. If we want to tone them down at all, could put a tiny little bit of brown wash on it, maybe even a slightly bit of like gray, just whatever it is to tone down the white color, but I don't want it to be the same color as the underside. That would look kind of silly. So what I'm going to do now is start back here, like with the tail, with the darker sand color, and start painting the top. And I'm just going to do the tail part probably, and just to see how the colors look and what the demarcation line is like. Play back and forth a little bit with that. And it also gives time for the teeth to dry, and it also gives me something to hold on to, because before I stick it on the sticky tack. Using the little brush here to try to get a line. Tail. For the rest of the body, up here, we'll use a bigger brush because it's a large surface area. These colors are pretty similar, which is a good thing. I want them to be, differentiated from each other, but not too much. And when there's stripes on them, be painting stripes on this darker color. The stripes won't go down into the lighter color. It'll just be on the darker, so I kind of wanted to keep it a little symmetric in terms of where the boundary line is, so look at it from the bottom. Here I need to get in between all these little feather things. I mentioned that before, that the body color goes in between each individual feather, yay, so that each individual feather later needs to be individually painted. I'm still on camera. Always somewhat unusual thing is to actually be on camera when I'm doing things like this. Up to the right there. That's just a good spot to say, oh, there's this. Now look at the bottom, make sure that the demarcation lines are kind of symmetric. And not. This one's lower down than the other side, so I'll paint this a little bit further down. And they're okay up here, but down along the rest of the tail. I just want it to just barely show along the bottom of the tail like that. And it doesn't so much on this side because it's down underneath, but that's the effect. Well, I'm kind of okay with how those colors are working out with each other. I did want the bottom to be lighter, and I really like this sand color for the top, so those are the choices I had, so there it is. Yeah, it's not too bad. You have to start to imagine this now with a lot of like stripes all over it, and that'll be, challenging to get the stripes in. Have them follow the body contour. Have it, the stripe will be, then all of a sudden the stripe will be nice and stripy, and then it'll be a blot, and then I'll have to come back and repaint it. Painting stripes on things is a little bit of a pain. But that seems to be working. So what I'm going to do next is, since I'm okay with the color, is paint around the face, the teeth and things, because that's a difficult kind of thing to do. And then paint a demarcation line around the rest of the body, yeah, other than the head. And then I can get a bigger brush out and brush in all of it, including the claws, which I am going to make kind of a gray color. So now, I'm just going to try to paint the face here. Teeth. Basically, there. Body color, because that's kind of the skin of it. Some little fangs that show there, and that's about it. It's just the lower teeth that show. I'm sure that's absolutely anatomically correct. Some ridges up here above the eye. I'm wondering later if I should paint those a brighter color too. I'm not sure. Like here and here, they're not really feathers, not like these guys, but they're kind of a ridge. No, actually they are. Well, if you look at them, it's designed to be a little bit like these feathers. So I might end up painting those the same color as the feather colors. Got that, what is it, a adducer muscle, or I think that's how it's pronounced, there. Just that little bit. Probably should be painted a more of a muscle color than body color. Okay, now this is a little bit tricky here. And this cheek there will be body color, and I want the lower jaw, this ridge here under the teeth, be the body color, but I'm probably going to end up painting over the bottom color too much. So I might have to come back and play with that boundary line a little bit. These teeth do show, and there's a kind of a clear demarcation line between the outer skin and the teeth on the bottom. Very careful and try to respect that. Paint down into the muscle because I'm going to paint the color up to it later. And same thing on this side, I want to paint up to, but not onto the teeth. Too bad. When he looks kind of silly without an eyeball, you really can't. The face comes alive when you paint the little eyeballs in. which needs to be done at some point. I think I did okay with the bottom teeth there. Just like on the other side, the bottom is cheek here. Needs to do the upper body color. I can tell. I think I'll just paint. There's a little bit of a line here. Yep, that actually looks pretty good to paint that the upper body color. That little rounded part there. Do that on the other side. It's kind of like very alligator-ish, actually. You know, they're supposed to be birds. Sometimes, you know, reptilian stuff kind of shows through. So the face, well, it's not too bad. I mean, it's not covering really cleanly yet. And there's spots, but the paint in my cup is kind of drying out. Give that a rest a little bit. Clean my brush, put some more of this sand color in, and paint the demarcation line down the rest of his body using this brush. And then come back and do the whole thing with a bigger brush to do it more quickly. And hold its tail kind of mostly dry. Yeah, this is a pain not being able to put it on the stand. Okay, well, there, dark sand, we need more of it. Paint the demarcation line along the bottom. And then go at it with a bigger brush and get the whole thing filled in. Then I can start painting. Probably start painting stripes. So we'll just continue. Okay, that needs to move up toward the teeth a little bit. Seems to be where the model maker wanted the line to be. Here, that just there. So we'll do this side. This demarcation seems to be a little bit more obvious. And then I can try to match it up on the other side. But and then on the inside, I'm going to let the lighter color come down a little bit. Just on the inside of the claw, not the outside. into one of those, hey, there's no way to get paint in there kind of things with this arm. And I'm just going to keep doing this side of the model. And then do the other side to try to make it, kind of match. And again, let the lighter color run up on the inside of the thigh of that leg, but not really on the outside. Okay, so it's like, if I'm kind of satisfied with this, it's getting close. Just what I'm gonna do is flip them over, touch up there, because didn't get the brush in there very well, so let's paint where it shouldn't be. I'll get that later if I remember it. Now what I want to do is make this side, the dyno's left side, look more or less like the other side. That from the top. Sometimes the detail on the model can, sure, you want a detailed model, but nooks and crannies, just to make life difficult for the painter. That's pretty symmetric. It's kind of what I was going for, is just some sense of symmetry. between the two sides, in case you happen to see both sides at the same time. I'm not sure that you would, but if you were happening to do that, you would want it to look more or less symmetric. Okay, so what I can do now, continuing to touch the painted part because there's no place to mount this model on a holder, is get a little bigger brush, a little more paint, and finish painting the base color on the top. That one of its nice. See that? The little claw vibrating there. And I'm going to have to repair that before I go much further. Not sure how that happened. Obviously very fragile. So I'll come back and touch up this whole hand a little later because I don't want to lose that because it's right up in front. It's really obvious. Tweezers work. And I'm not sure what kind of glue. Maybe a tiny touch of Gorilla Glue. It doesn't set up well. Maybe I'll do a tiny touch of epoxy just because it only takes a few minutes for that to set. At least I didn't lose it. I mean, it's still hanging there, so that's good. It will continue to hang there. It won't knock it off. Nikki would say the base coat makes it look pretty bland. You have to begin to imagine this guy with many stripes. With a kind of a nice wash on it to give it kind of a more organic, lifelike look. So I'll just finish painting this foot, and then we're going to do a microscopic claw repair. That should be interesting. actually going to paint the claws. Again, it's just, you paint up to something later, and if the base coat of the other part isn't far enough, then you end up going to do tiny little bits of touch-up, which is difficult. So I'm just kind of looking around, make sure that I haven't missed too many spots. A few seconds. Yeah, well, at some point. Didn't mess up the tail too much. Somehow set it down without messing up the paint, because there's no real way to set it. And then bring out the epoxy and a pair of tweezers and see what I can do about putting that claw back on its hand. The epoxy is, I mean, it's a really, I don't know, I really want a thinner glue, but the Gorilla Glue just takes forever. Yeah, that's about the only way to do it. Okay, so what we'll need is a little scrap of paper, a pinpoint, tweezers. Okay, sorry about that. Here we have the tin. This is kind of a nice thing. It holds on, so I might actually try to use that. It'd be nice if I could grab that, because it'll continue to hold it. But because it has a rounded tip on it instead of a flat tip, it isn't. So do I want to use these little pointy things? Which will grab it like that. And away. But what I'm going to try to do, as the thing continues to vibrate, is I want to put a little dab of epoxy right there, grab the claw, and which is still dangling, vibrating nicely, so it's impossible to hold on to, but at least it's not falling. And then hold it there for like 5 minutes until the glue holds it. So yeah, I haven't used this in quite a while because we've been doing figures instead of putting together dungeon tiles. So I'm going to mix together a drop, literally, the smallest drop that comes out of this 5-minute epoxy. And I'm going to, actually, after I mix it, let it sit for a minute or two so that the setup time, while I'm holding the tiny little bit of cloth, is minimized. And so there's that. Two together. Giving us like 100 times more than we need. So I basically need a pinpoint drop of it, but those were the smallest drops that came out. And let's see what we can do here. This thing just sets in just a horrible, useless way. It'll be kind of a blob. It'll be like a knuckle injury or something on the guy. So I need to put it right. I won't just drop this somewhere. Is, and somehow I need to grab it. Like a tiny little claw bit. Get it? Okay. Actually, that's not bad. Actually, that's pretty good. That was an accidental, just sticking it there and it's staying, and all I have to do is not touch it for 5 minutes. Actually, yeah, not touching it for 5 minutes will be okay. I'm going to take a break in a little bit while this is being not touched. And I want it to be just held just like this. I'm just going to stick its foot in this goo, and I'll clean it up later. So there. Its claw is back. It doesn't look too bad that way. It matches up with the others. It is held on by a drop of epoxy, and I'm just going to let it set. Wow, this is a mess underneath. There's a spot here that needs to be touched up with the ivory, and there's this big block there that I didn't even see before. So I'm going to touch those up with the ivory paint. Let's see if this is still alive. since I'm looking at them, I might as well just get rid of them. Hopefully not in the process doing any damage anywhere else. Okay. Put it on. While it's still on. So, what that needs to do is not be moved or touched for a few minutes. So, this is a good time for me to take a break, and then it will not be moved or touched while I'm away. So, we'll be back in a little bit while we let the epoxy dry. And then I'll come back and paint that hand. Do some touch up if I need to around the edges with 2 different colors. And then start painting stripes, I guess. So we'll see in a few minutes while that repair takes place. We need to find the brake. There's the brake button. See you soon. Oh, okay, I'm back, and his little claw stayed on. That's a good thing. So what I'm going to do is very gently paint that hand the sand color so that it matches the rest of the body. And actually, paint is a pigmented adhesive, so as it dries, it will actually help hold that on. It's like painting a layer of glue over the top of it. With the insides of the hands. That didn't have paint on them. Stay on camera. Let's see. Good thing I'm looking at the whole back of its leg there. It's like I didn't even turn the model around that way to get it right. Just a huge spot that's unpainted. It was really kind of a miracle that that stuck just in the right spot, just as I put it up to it, because, you know, that was, you know, it just worked out. Okay, so I'm going to take the guy out of the glue. There's another spot that I missed. Look at, good grief. I thought I got those touched up. Obviously not. That other one is an obvious spot that needed to be touched up, and now I can't see it. Oh yeah, right there. Duh. What I think I'm going to do now, while I'm still playing around with the tan paint, is try to, excuse me, probably needed to sneeze. There's these little muscle spots right here. There, on the other side. Now that the paint's kind of dried, I'm going to mix some paint and try to paint those and not get it anywhere else. Just going to, I think I'll use the scarlet red, some white. And what I'm going to do is just mix it on a piece of paper. We'll need hardly any of the paint. I mean, just not much. So I'm going to put a little bit of white there. Leave it on the brush. We'll squeeze out a little bit of scarlet red. Yeah, a little bit. Great. Mix the two together here. Get this kind of, get that kind of color. That's the color, that's actually the color I want. Right there. I'm going to clean off the brush. I'm going to use this little bit of the color that I want to paint these little muscle spots right in here. It just needs to be there. This little spot. It needs to go a little bit higher on that up here. And the color I want. It isn't there anymore, so I have to throw it away. Come off the brush. Come on. Get the paint on there because I can't mix it again, and I can touch up to it. Yeah. Why can we do that? This side's not too bad. Makes the other side look like this side a little bit. Well, since I've got the scarlet paint out, I was going to do the feathers that color, and there's a lot of it here. I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Dumped out like 100 times more than I needed. Put the paint on both sides, and then go back and touch up some of the backs. It's not going too badly. I have some touching up to do where little red spots are where they shouldn't be. For the most part, it looks okay. Like there's a spot there, and there's some spots that, when I paint the sides, get from the front. Look at it from the back and see how they did there. And there's, paint it on the back too. Sometimes it's hard to see where the tip of the brush is, especially when it gums up like that. As I am now realizing I need to be very careful not to touch these little claws in the front. It's not too bad. There's some touching up to do. And then this little feather tip of the tail here. Not sure if that's the whole thing, the whole diamond-shaped thing, or just the inside of the tail. Not really sure. So I'm just going to paint. See how that looks. I'm just going to paint like the inside of the tail, like it's got this little feather thing. Yeah. But it's not too bad. There's just a bunch of little touching up just to even out the spots. A couple spots here where the paint needs to go. There where I have to keep not touching the claws. Yeah, well, it's not a bad effort. And then, yeah, I just come back and touch up with the sand paint. And reduce the jaws at the same time. Like I said, that side turned out the way it should. This side, yeah, needs to be made a little smaller. So there. So at least, yeah, those parts are coming along. Getting the base coat down anyway. Start painting stripes and we'll see how that goes, huh? See if this paint is still alive or not. I'm getting a little gummy, but it's not too bad. I'm just going to paint this side first, and then go over to the other side and paint that side. And hopefully it'll be cleaned up then. So this side's really not too bad. Do this up here. I want to be careful because, you know, that was a custom color and that's okay there. Take your time. It's more like it should be. To maybe touch up on this side of the guy. Needs to be red. It's just a reflection. It looks like it's we got a little red ridge of accent feathers there that I need to paint for some reason. this tip of the tail, which I either fingers or it never got painted, I don't know. And somehow through all of that I didn't break off that little finger. Okay. So we got the adducer muscles, we got the feather spots, I'm tempted to do his eyeballs just so that his face doesn't look so unface-like. Then I can continue to procrastinate on painting stripes if I do all the other stuff first. Not that I think I'm going to be a failure at painting stripes, it's just that I think that I'm not going to be a success at painting stripes. You can either do a tiny dot of black paint, or I could try the technique that I used on the goblin, which was the fine-tipped pen. And I think I'm going to try that. Get out that pen again and see if I can just put little dots there. Or maybe then with a brush. Let's see. Yep, nines can talk to the raptor, and the raptor will say, "Oh, you look like lunch," or "How about lunch?" or "How about dinner?" I don't know. Maybe it's a cat-eating, tabaxi-eating raptor. Maybe not. It might be a vegetarian. Okay. Tired of playing around with it, so I'm going to pull out the Micron number 8. Mini tipped pen. And see if I can make black dots where its eyeballs should be. Kind of that ridge there. Getting way bigger than it needs to be. And I can paint down onto it. We'll make it big, and then paint down to it to make it smaller. So, you know, that didn't work out that well. And it's got little nostrils here too. Anyway, yeah, so we need to paint down to those eyes and turn them into not like that. I wanted to make it look not like it looks. That's not too bad. Let's see if I can do the other one to look like that one. Stop touching it. Breaking it again. Touch the corner down, just down here, just the tiniest bit. So that right there needs to be black again. So I'll see if I can do that. I'm gonna have to go back and forth a couple of times. I just want a tiny dot. Big dot, so I don't have to go back over again. Doing that, I will somehow get red spots there. Like this eye is smaller. Can't really see where the smallerness of it is. I like better, but I like the little eye. Bigger. I like the bigger eye. But somehow I need to make that one bigger without making a mess of it. So we'll try that. That's not too bad now. So there we are. Now we are to the point where I have no more excuses, and I need to get the brown paint out and try to paint some stripes. I have to say, it doesn't look very good. It looks pretty bland. So let's start. I'm going to have to stick it on here. I can't keep playing with it like that. I'm going to break something off. I'm going to start on the tail. Why not? And see if I can paint some stripes there, and then work my way up the body and the legs. This paint in the bottle cap is going to come up more quickly than I can end up using it. But Doing pretty well, but these guys suddenly got really bloody. Big blotches for some reason. Just the paint on the brush was wrong. So I'll need to do those over. Otherwise, I think the patterns, it's really not too bad. No, the unevenness of the brush strokes kind of look okay. Looks better than it did before anyway. Well, let's see what I can do on the other side. There. No stripes. 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 No stripes. It's not too bad. I need to, these got yucky, so I need to touch those up. But, and actually it looks pretty camouflagey. I need to decide what to do with the ridges up on the nose here, though. Put some stripes just right there behind them. Mostly not too bad. So I'm going to cap this up just for a second, and then I need to touch up on the right side of the face here. I mean, that's just not good. So I'm going to cover up these stripes here. Do those. So they're not quite so blobby. So let that dry, and then I'll come back and repaint those stripes. But the eyes look okay. The eyeballs look okay. The facial markings seem okay. Maybe a couple of little stripes on the fronts of the paws. We're really kind of okay with that. And then I think I'll do some really subtle umber wash shading over the whole model, just to kind of tone it down a little, and anyway, make it look less flat. I'm not quite sure what to do with the top here, though. It looks like it needs something, but stripes wouldn't work. Okay, we'll let that dry a minute. We'll figure out what to do with the top of the head, if anything. I think maybe just leaving it alone. With a little bit of wash on it, it might look okay. So the lower teeth look okay. Actually, they look pretty decent. The underside seems to be okay. The finger I broke seems to be attached. The stripe pattern, yeah, not too bad overall. Just needs a few spots here and there. Let's see, touched up maybe. Swirly on the legs look okay. Yeah, I just need to paint the claws and do a wash. So maybe I'll let that dry up there, and maybe I'll just paint the claws. I'm stuck on my bench here. Okay. Getting a backache. Yeah, I don't want to paint the stripes on there again until the paint underneath it's dry. Otherwise, why make a mess more than one needs to? So I want to paint the claws gray. Just because I don't want them to be the same color as everything else. White would be too much. And if it doesn't look good, then, well, it can become a different color. It's almost a demarcation line in some of these, where the claw is and where it isn't. Not the best demarcation, but you live with what you got. Fingernails here. So the dark claw look isn't all that bad. This side here. I paint stripes on the inside of the legs, back legs, I think. I think the way it's standing is that I really don't need to. Put that away. Get out the brown again, finish the stripes, and then put some wash on it and probably ruin the whole thing. You never know. Or it might look better. Okay, I don't want to keep going over this over and over again, so I'll try to do this carefully. Side, a little bit. I think I need to bring the stripes just a little bit into the inside here. And I needed more gray paint there. Okay, let me get that. Okay, that's not too bad. I just need to touch up that claw from the bottom, basically. And then we'll try some washing and see what happens. I didn't have to hold it like this, though. Boy, there's just little spur claws here. Yeah, the being so quiet. Oh, thank you. You like the stripes? Looks better with stripes than without stripes, that's for sure. Yeah. So, umber wash, well, without a doubt, make it look better, but I'm going to be cautious about getting it on. Put this back. Yeah, let's put back in there a minute. Because I'm going to be real careful with it. Just start out with, try to get it really, really light on it and see how that works. Yeah, get a clean cup here. I mean, it just needs to be washed. So we'll try to do it lightly. I'm going to use a slightly larger brush to spread it around a little better. So how much is on my brush? I'm just going to start at the tail here. Put it on top and less on the bottom. Every color underneath. Especially on that really needs. Yeah. I think actually this is going okay. It's really not too very thick, but it's making it look less stark. No, feeling like it's going to be all right. It look especially good up here. We can highlight some of the contours. Bring the stripes. I think it's working okay. And what I can do is come back a little later and a little more on the top. Being okay with the lighter color underneath is kind of blending it in a little better. And so we'll do the same thing on this side. Here, just to do it. What it's done, it's taken that bright ivory color and it the demarcation line a little less blunt. You can still see it's lighter, but it doesn't, it blends far better. Bring out the facial features pretty well. Yeah, I think that actually turned out okay. I was really concerned about what would happen, but the red feathers, you can still see they're there, but they don't jump out at you quite as badly. I don't like how dark that got. I'm a little bit not happy about that. I'm going to repaint that just a bit and then rewash it. Let's do that. Be enough. Bright spots here and there. And then just brighten, just little bits, just brighten up these. It just got too dark. Just gonna brighten them up a little bit. And then maybe wash over them again. We'll just let that dry. Now I'll wash over it again. Just a little bit of wash because it got too dark. But that's actually turned out to be pretty decent. Resin. A little bit there, just doesn't want to behave. Just touching the spots that I touched before. Bright spot down there, that doesn't need to be bright, so that will be a shadow. I like the way it brought out some of the texturing. And I think that looks okay. A little bit. Back. Just so that the top is darker than the bottom. Catching some bright spots that don't need to be shiny. So there we have it. Hunting in the grassland means raptor. Again, just catching some spots that are really just bright. And just washing a little to tone it down. There's a little miracle claw right there. So what do you all think? The teeth are pretty bright. I don't know what to do with those. I really hate to touch them with anything. Even though they're pretty shiny. Painting them again would be really tough. Well, maybe I'll just let him or her, have just shiny teeth. Let them have shiny teeth. Okay, I think that turned out all right. Look at that. So let me clean up a little bit here. And I'm going to have to stand up because my right foot has fallen asleep. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, I need to take them off the orange glue. You know, when I take it off the orange glue, there's going to be a thing on its left foot there. I think there's a stand that goes with this. I think what I'm going to do, because it just doesn't stand on its own, is I'm going to find it and paint it and glue him on. Well, that's obviously not it. That doesn't look very raptorish. I don't know what these all go to. That's one. That's way too big. That goes with the mecha dinosaur, because that's the mecha dinosaur's movement, I think. This thing, what fits right there. So that's that stand. Doesn't go on the sigil. They go on this with the rocks. And for the chicken. And this too. They go in there. Okay, I'm going to ask for some expert help here. We know what it's not. Not that. We know it's not that. There's a bunch of these little flat ones. Well, meant to be its footprint there. Oh, okay, that works. That actually makes sense now. Is its other foot. See that? Its other foot rests on that rock. So, I'm pretty sure this is it, but I'm going to take a real quick break, if you'll excuse me, and verify that, and ask for some color guidance, and I will be back down, and we will paint this base so that we can complete the raptor. So, just give me a minute. I'm going to turn this onto break. It'll be like 2 minutes. Okay, well, what's happening here is that we can't really be sure about what goes with what. An opinion is that this might be for the big bird. This one. Mm-hmm. This one's clearly for that. Yeah, I mean, that fits really well.
Yeah.
This is clearly not a dinosaur.
It's the one she says came with it.
Okay, to be honest, this one seems to fit better. Oh, the terror bird. Mm-hmm. This looks like it's got, this is kind of cool. This looks like it's water and rocks and a beach. Okay, well, terror bird's going to go there. And mecha dinosaur will go there. And these flat ones, I'm guessing, came with the other models. So this is going here on this thing somehow. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to glue it on anyway. I'm just going to paint it and see how it turns out. Because we've got, what, more than a half hour left. Yeah. We're just going to paint the base, but this little guy, actually in D&D scale, this guy is probably like 5 feet high from base to hip, maybe 4. And it looks like it's probably the better part of 10 feet long. So as raptors go, it is gigantic. Okay, set him aside. Her. You know, it sits like that pretty well. Once you get both feet on the ground. Anyway, I'm going to quit touching it. And I'm going to paint this. I think I need to paint this like in earthen colors. I'm going to paint it flat earth and give it a really heavy wash. This bar, I'm going to actually make that metallic. And this is supposedly a tombstone. So that's going to be gray with some embellishments on it. So I'm going to paint that first, since the gray is right here. Paint that brown. Will the dinosaur just disappear against it? I don't know. If it does, it's just a base. It'll get repainted. But, you know, let's paint some bases. The base for the terror bird, or whatever it is actually very cool. Well, this isn't even primed. I'll just paint it anyway. Let's see if it sticks. Probably should do is not do this. We should like start on something else. But it's just a base. And if worse comes to worse, we'll just repaint it. This is good paint. It'll stick to unprimed plastic. I'm gonna let that dry, and then there's an edge around it. You kind of see it's a little raised edge. Because I'm going to paint that dark gray, just to give it some differentness. And then I'm going to paint this beam. That's going to be a steel beam, just so that there's a little flash. You're going to squeeze any out because there's usually enough in this little hole in the bottle cap to paint a whole lot of stuff. Way more than enough there. Meet the needs of the steel beam. That into the ground so that I can paint up to it. Okay, that's easy. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint most of this flat earth, which is a lighter brown, and it shows the wash pretty well. But there's this gap here. I'm actually going to paint that a darker brown color. One of those that's open. Because even though the wash would fill that in, I really want to emphasize that there's a crack there. A little more relaxing. No, it just fell right over. A little more relaxing painting a base like this. Put the brown in there. I'll be painting up to it on the surface with the lighter brown color. Let's show the crack in here. Okay. We're just barking at something. Okay, well, that was interesting. Yeah, the reason I'm painting this brown is that, you know, the raptor is painted to be camouflaged against brown. And if it were like in a grassland, if it was green or gray, it would just stand right out and it would miss the point. It wouldn't be able to sneak up on anybody and eat them. And that would miss the point. So the gray is pretty much dry now, so I'm just going to get the... Actually, I'm going to use this color. Yeah. This is going to go well. This will have enough contrast. Kind of a bluish color. I'm going to try it. If it doesn't work out, I can always, as I keep saying, paint over it again. Yeah, this is the one where the cap, this is going to be a mess. The inner lining of the jar cap is not a, oh my, this is almost empty. We hope we have another one. I think I did buy another one. Well, this is enough to do what I'm doing, but there's still like, at least this didn't break. Yeah, I'm pretty sure of another one. This paint jar is pretty well done. So there's this rim around the edge. I'm just trying to catch that. He's dead, so it should be fairly straightforward to paint by using the side of a teeny brush. Both away, then the paint shouldn't slip into the rest. That kind of worked. You can paint the base that same color. Give it some weight against the ground. Right there, right at the end of it all, you managed to make a slot. So I'll need to repaint that spot. I'm not going to do the back of it, I'm just going to do the side with this color. Yeah, and of course, good thing I'm doing this last. Because it's just making a mess everywhere, so I'm going to have to retouch that, but yeah, that's not a big deal. You're going to make a mess with something that's easy to retouch. And this is what I'm going to do. Since I've made a mess on the back is going to be this color. Instead of fixing it, I'm going to roll with a mistake and do that. That will show messy paint. And then I just need to touch that little spot down there that just didn't cooperate. There. Yeah, I'm gonna do that just right away. And then I'm going to get the brown out. a new tiny spot. What I really should do, is this is supposed to be a tombstone, is I should like paint a figure of a demon on it or something. I mean, there really should be something on there, right? Vigil or something. That something will be, we will do some other stuff first. So I'm going to use a little brush just to paint around the edges of things. And then take a fairly large brush, in fact, a yellow handled brush probably, and then finish touching it up. But this is a pretty decent brown. There's a lot of texture in this, and this brown shows overwash pretty well. So after this is painted in, I should be able to do actually a pretty heavy wash on it. And the texture should show up quite nicely. Just gonna, paint up to the edges of this chasm here. There's a crack. Use this brush to do it. I painted that darker because I want it to show up, and even though the wash would probably do a good job of showing it, this will be a little more obvious. And I want to paint up to it, so starting on this side, then I'll flip it around and get at it from the other side. Painting up to the steel beam here. Cover that pretty well because the shiny will show even through the wash. The paint changes color pretty significantly as it dries, so it looks pretty yellow right now. But it turns out to be a really nice kind of chocolatey brown. The yellow just disappears as it dries, which is kind of cool. I don't know what caused this crack. It definitely was not the velociraptor, because the raptor is not nearly big enough to fracture the earth beneath its feet. Maybe an earthquake. Maybe there was a drought and the ground just dried up and cracked. You can see already where it's starting to dry here. It's turning more of a chocolatey brown color. The one thing we discovered is that with paints, and I'm sure anybody who's painting knows this, that the color of the paint when it is wet, or the color on the cap, might not come close to matching the color when it's actually dry. So we made our own little color paint chart, so we know what we're going to end up getting when we're done. And if you're just starting out, or if you haven't done that, or whatever, it's probably it's just something worth doing. So that kind of bluish rim on there actually looks pretty good. I'm not really need to do something with the front though. Get brave and creative and need something sort of decorative on the front of it. Get some grass paint out and do some make it look like writing, but not any particular language. So it'll be like written characters, so some sort of alphabetical thing. Like the 90-foot stone on Oak Island. Okay, so there's enough of the bitty brush. Cat brush out and finish painting this. Actually, I'm going to stick it on sticky glue because I want to get the edges. But it's and as it dries, you can see that crack that I had painted earlier with the darker color actually shows up pretty well, without being really contrasting. I'm going to use up the paint in the bottle cap. I haven't done that in a long time. Use it up before it gets all gummy and dry. You can start to see some of the texture on there, and when that's washed, that will show up really well. Paint around the edges here. With a darker color, sometimes spots will show up as it's strung. I want to keep this out for just a little while, a few minutes. Yeah. I'm going to end up washing this steel bar with a little umber wash as well. Make it look rusted. I need to touch up a little bit of the seal first that I painted over, even though I was using a little brush. One of those things you probably wouldn't see, but if you know it's there, it bothers you forever, ever and ever. See right there? It needs to not be brown. And then that just washed right over and needs to not be steel. So who knows what? You just keep going back and forth forever, I guess. Not dry yet. I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm impatient. And I just want this to be done, so I'm going to put the brown paint back on it and hope that it okay, now I need to let that dry before I put the wash on it. Otherwise, it'll just be a mess. While I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to attempt to write arcane symbols on the stone here. Real letters, they'll just look like markings. And I think I need to make them kind of a metallic color, otherwise it won't show up. I'm going to use brass. And again, it's one of those things that's not too terribly risky. If it doesn't work, just paint it over again. Do thing again, paint decides not to come off the brush. Camera, what's that? But I need to hold this on my knee in order to hold it at least sort of steady. Okay, just not cooperating. Paint is graophobic. It won't come off onto the gray surface. Starting to get some things. is runic gibberish. It's better than just the plain non-runic gibberish. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the brown is getting there. Almost drying up a wash. Waiting for that. This other one, this other base. This one's actually really cool. This will be fun to paint. This is for the bird, chocobo maybe. Looks like its foot goes into that depression there with its. Anyway, that seems to fit pretty well. But this is a nice textural thing. There's a little water here, so you get to paint that different shades of blue and white and kind of blend them together. Got some craggy rocks that you can do with gray and maybe even put some green moss on them, and then a sandy shore that you can paint really light, like a buff color with even ivory, even with a brown wash. So this one, yeah, this one would be kind of fun. I was kind of hoping that this would be for the raptor, but no, the raptor is on this very austere piece of dirt with broken artifacts on it. So there. I decided not to do this. This is a cool model too. Might be a lot of fun. It is a mecha dinosaur. Steam powered. There's the chimney. The exhaust ports. And this guy very clearly goes there. He's got his footprint there. It goes heavy enough to sink into the dirt. Created rubble. So that'd be kind of interesting to paint as well. And I see, I don't know why it's bothering me, but it does. It's just a little spot of steel that just shouldn't be there, so I'm going to touch that up. I'm killing a little bit of time. There, that's much better. Waiting for the brown to dry. Just a couple more minutes before I wash it. Nice big heavy wash. I know it's a different color, but there's a spot there that isn't painted. And actually, we're going to actually be able to use this really big brush to spread the wash around, because I'm going to want it to get into all the nooks and crevices and crannies and just about everywhere. I'm kidding. I mean, and it's right in front, right? That spot is right in front. Everybody can see it. Then it'll get painted. Isn't that always the way? And then we'll check the rest of it while I'm at it. Okay. So we got about 10 minutes left. There's just enough time. even though it's not quite set yet, it should be okay. Just enough time to get the brown wash out. And there's a fair amount of it, and spread it all over thickly on this because I wanted to highlight the texture. And it's kind of surprising how just a couple drops of this spread around can bring, even though it's a nice color, can really bring it to life. Get it kind of thick on there because I want it to seep into the textural kind of things. Even, spread it around and then go back and even heavier bits in certain places, just to brush it on, and I like the texture. Thing I put in there. I'll let that set for a bit and see if I want to do more anyway. But I think that's actually going to look pretty good. I don't, you really don't, there isn't much to it. It's just dirt with lumps on it. But you don't want it to look like dead. Yeah, and the crack is showing okay. Not sure. Good grief. I'm not sure why I'm smashing into things. But either Nikki or I will be on Friday morning. I might take another turn. I don't know, because I'll be missing Monday. Seeing nothing. Okay, there. And the way, whoops, what's that? This guy will run on it, and actually that looks okay. I mean, I wanted it to be brown because this guy's kind of brownish. Not exactly a grassland, but we'll get a good pose. I'm not sure how it can orient it almost anyway on here, but we'll cement him on. Oh, yeah, I said I was going to do this and then I didn't. I'm going to use some of this on the steel. This is actually a decent effect. Let's see if I can make it work here. Is number wash on the steel. makes it look rusty. You don't need to put it everywhere. I'm just going to put it like in a few spots. Take the shininess off a little bit. Yeah, see how that worked. Now that gave it, I mean, that kind of gives it a different look all of a sudden. So it was just enough on the cap there to make that work. So the last question is whether or not I need to put more umber wash on the surface of this. And the answer is yeah, probably, why not? I'm going to squeeze another dot out. It's not hurting anything. Put more on. Just do a more targeted kind of brushing. I'm going to get it deep into the crag here. With some of the stones, doubly textured. There's that. Anyway, what we have done today was the most exciting part. Painting the gray base. The goblin guy. Really? Look at his toe. Okay. There's always something. So his toe got grayed, and I didn't see that before. But because there's always something, so much BB green. There. So yeah, I grade the base of the goblin guy, the little bug-eyed goblin. And I knocked some paint off the back of that. Actually, this eye really needs to be ever so slightly less big. Yeah, so I'll get out the aquamarine and touch that up. Disadvantage of looking at something, last minute touch-ups. Don't touch anything ever. Let the paint off. Look at, see, I rub paint off of that. Spot there where the paint been rubbed off. So yes, I accomplished that. I got a gray base on, messed up a toe, just retouched it. I painted this, including nonsensical sigils on the tombstone, and finished a raptor. Including the miraculous recovery of the middle toe on a claw there, which had broken off. There. Anyway, yeah, this guy goes on there when that dries. In the meantime, I will put it next to the crab that Nikki did on Monday, and one of the two of us will be back on Friday painting something else. The likely suspects are going to be what we have left. What we are working on. We have this walking empty suit of armor, which will be a little bit challenging. It's highly decorative armor, so one could just sort of paint it like different colors of metallic and then highlight the embossing on the shield maybe and the dots on the sword, that kind of thing. Get off the mold strings that are on here. The armor shiny or rusty. There's all sorts of highlighting that one can get on the shoulders, and one can do it like in a silver metallic and then do brass highlighting all over the place, do some red on the shield. I just spend hours and hours just touching a little detail and then retouching it. We have the mecha dinosaur, and that can be fun, done in metallics, and maybe metallics with different color washes on them. Bright silvers and dark silvers, and wash them green and blue. And even paint like highlights on all of these ridges and the controls, do those in black and red and yellow. That might also be a lot of fun. We have this bird. This bird could be a lot of, look at all the feathers. It could be a real challenge. You could paint like individual feathers on it. You could do metallics, copper with a brown wash, that kind of thing. Could look really pretty on it, along with maybe some reds, coppers and reds. That would be, I think, kind of a cool thing to do. But just even like getting into the backs of the feathers, you probably want to paint those a darker color and just leave it or slightly wash it. And then there is the snail, which doesn't look too terribly complicated, but it's got this great scale pattern on it that can be painted different kinds of colors. This might be fun in like greens and blues, and then you could even do an orange or a yellow on the spiral. Catch the inside of the spiral here. It'd be kind of interesting. I don't know. It needs a slime trail, I'm sure. Things that need to be taken off. These little spikes could all be a bright color, like orange or red or something. You could have an aquamarine base. All sorts of clever things. One could do little eyeballs up here. Those. Okay, see these? That's going to show up when it's painted. So I've got some filler. Since I'm at it now, and we're just a few minutes over, I'm actually going to squeeze a tiny bit out of this and fill in those gaps, because that really will really is going to not be good. This just goes in and over. And then after it dries, give it a really light sanding, and it'll blend right in with the original surface. But I'm going to leave it like this so you can see where it is, and then it'll be sanded, and then those holes will be filled in so that it doesn't look like it's incomplete. Okay, well, a little bit over time. I showed you what might be coming up next. Not really sure which. If it's me, I will probably take on the Mecha Dragon, because I think Nikki would really like to do the snail. She actually has a snail table, which is a pretty cool thing. And I'm not ready to yet tackle the giant feathery chicken. This guy might be okay, but, you know, again, it really depends on how much of this detail you want to pick out with different colored paints. Anyway, some of these will need to be primed and sanded a little bit, and we'll see what happens on Friday. In the meantime, this is still drying. You can see the heavy parts of the wash are still pretty shiny. The steel came out pretty well. The little tombstone thing is good. The dinosaur isn't broken anymore, and I'll have to sign off. Do a raid, I don't know how. Okay, Tech, you're getting raided. Not turning it off. I can be good at not turning it off. Here I am, not turning it off.